Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. 有很大的噪音。为什么呢？是不是我调的不？他说不是很好，但我放大一点声音，我小声一点。可以了吗？可以了吗？对，就是他是说的是最好调到0这儿，就刚刚音挺亮。
我们这原因是上面那个是无源的，上面是这个边供电过去的，这个是自己供电，打架。
哦，原来我先给它放低，一会儿再给它搞。
因为它会打架，一打架一个。
line in the installation. The greenhouses effect caused by the green gases emission has brought many natural disasters, and people have to also great affected. And just leave us only 7 years to the 2030. So it's a time for all of us to attach the importance of the accelerated renewable energy development for the 2030 goal achievement. The development of renewable energy can be regarded as the beacon of the response to the crisis. Many countries has implemented its policies to support the development of renewable energies over years. In addition, supporting the investment of the renewable energy development, as well as the support of the decarbonization in the energy intensive industry. For sure, the development of the renewable energy is inseparable from the support of the enterprises, market, governments, and even the international community. So only with the participation of the stakeholders and also the support from the different aspects in the market can we achieve the decarbonization of this goal. So today in this roundtable forum of the solar innovation LONGi, as a representative of the renewable energy enterprises, is honored to invite Global Renewable Alliance, the Global Solar Council, Solar Power Europe, and ArcelorMittal to today's pavilion, and together with us to discuss more possible way to accelerate the 2030 goal. So the urgent need for the climate change has brought us together to explore the impact of the expand renewable energy market on a global scale. So we have the privilege of the listen to speeches to set the stage. First, welcome Sonia Dunlop, the CEO of the Global Solar Council, to give the open the speech. Welcome, Sonia.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, Leticia, thank you, LONGi, thank you, Mr. Lee. It is truly an honor to be here and speaking on behalf of Global Solar Council. My name is Sonia Dunlop. I am the CEO of the Global Solar Council, the new CEO of the Global Solar Council, as I am only 1 month into the position, but absolutely thrilled to be taking this role in leading the global industry in solar PV and representing the global industry at solar PV at world level. Here at the COPs at the UNFCCC, at the World Climate Change COPs like COP28 Dubai, also of course in other global policy making forums such as the World Bank, the IMF, the IEA, IRENA, and many other global policy forums, not forgetting also the G7 and the G20. The Global Solar Council is the global solar PV industry association. We represent the whole value chain from manufacturers to polysilicon processing to project development, large scale and small scale, and operations and maintenance, all the way to the recycling of the modules, which is also really important. And we are here at COP28 Dubai together with the Global Renewables Alliance to really push for a global target for the tripling, the 3 times of renewables by the end of the decade. We want to see overall all renewables. We want to see 11 terawatts of renewables by 2030, and I can tell you that we are very lucky that we have already received the backing of 123 countries from around the world, and if things go well, we will also have it in the final negotiated outcome, the final negotiated text of COP28 Dubai, which will make COP28 Dubai the most important COP for renewables. But now to solar. Solar is the fastest growing energy technology, will be the dominant renewable by 2030, and has the potential to really do the lion's share of that renewables build out over the next 7 years and beyond. We expect according to our high forecast scenario, that we could have as much as 8 terawatts of total installed capacity by 2030. 8 terawatts. The world is investing $1 billion a day into solar PV. The solar boom is unstoppable, and solar can deliver in terms of mitigation and bringing down carbon emissions, can deliver in terms of bringing people out of energy poverty, can deliver in terms of easily, fast to deploy, modular and versatile energy source, and can deliver in terms of resilience to climate impacts, resilience to shocks, and resilience to emergencies. I want to really pay tribute to all the work that LONGi has done for so many years. LONGi Solar, one of our leading global solar manufacturers, having brought the cost of PV down so much over the last 10 years. And really, the message I want to say is it is thanks to manufacturers like LONGi that 1.5 degrees is still within reach. It is because of the miracle that has happened in the cost profile of solar and wind over the last 5+ years, that 1.5 degrees is still alive and just about still within reach. So we have the world has everything to thank for LONGi and all your other peer companies, and to the innovation and the vision, the strategic vision we have seen across the Chinese PV sector, to thank for the fact that we are still just about within reach in delivering 1.5 degrees. And so I want to pay tribute and say thank you, because in this world no one ever says thank you. And I think it's important to really say thank you for all the work you do, and all the as I say, the vision you have for the future. Industrial decarbonization, we were talking about it yesterday, Laetitia, really important, and solar has such a role to play in that. On site, on factories, there are so many big factories now that have so much PV on the roof, but also in terms of the corporate buying of electricity and helping to really electrify with green electrons industrial processes. So I really pay tribute to all the work that you're doing on that as well. We are here as the Global Solar Council to represent you, to speak on behalf of you and the whole rest of the solar industry at global level, to unite the whole industry, to work on on the things that we all believe in: increasing deployment, getting more panels on roofs, on land, and on water, because more and more we're seeing on water as well. And to make sure that we are bringing ourselves together, tackling the challenges that we see together, the challenges such as grid connections, such as skills, and finance. And that is something I'm really keen to work with you on in the future, and I thank you for the opportunity for speaking here today at your Solar Plus Innovation event. It is an honor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sonia. And following that, please give we could obtain the valuable insight from Mr. Li, the founder of the LONGi, to give us his view for how to accelerate renewable energy to combating the climate change now. Welcome, Mr. Li.
尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，大家好。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone.
我是隆基绿能的李正国，很高兴与各位志同道合的友人相聚于此，和大家共同探讨可再生能源和气候变化。
I am Li Zhengguo from LONGi Green Energy Technology Company. It is my pleasure to be here today with friends here to discuss renewable energy and climate change.
在2018年的 COP24 会议上，我提出了 Solar for Solar 的构想，用可再生能源制造可再生能源。今天我想分享隆基的最新进展。
Back in COP24 in 2018, I envisioned Solar for Solar to produce renewable energy by renewable energy. Today, I would like to share the latest progress of LONGi.
那么今天呢，生产1瓦的光伏组件呢，这个从全矿石一直到组件耗电是0.4度电，但是这1瓦组件在它的生命周期里呢，可以发出45度电，是一个100多倍的放大能力。
I would like to share an interesting point that to produce solar panels for the whole life cycle, you will consume around 0.4 kilowatt hours for per watt of solar panels. And in the whole life cycle of solar panels, it will generate around 45 kilowatt hours of solar power. So that's why solar powers are an amplifier and multiplier of green energy.
100倍的放大。
And the times would be more than 100 times.
那么这个数字呢，是在10年以前呢，我们生产这1瓦组件，我们的耗电是1.2度电。这10年时间，因为技术的一个进步，我们让这个现在只消耗它原来的1/3。
10 years before, to produce per watt of solar panels, the energy consumption would be 1.2 kilowatt hours. So in the past decade, the technology progress has bring down the cost of energy consumption by more than 2/3.
那么当然，我们也认为在能源转型里面，将来这个电不是是很重要，但是我们也需要在非电领域实现这种绿色发展和能源转型。
And we see the importance of the progress of not only on the technical side, but also on the non-technical side. Only in this way can we accelerate energy transition.
所以我们认为，绿电加绿氢是助力全球能源结构加速转型的必然选择。
Therefore, we believe that green electricity plus green hydrogen will be the ultimate solution to help accelerating the net zero goal.
绿氢技术的发展对高耗能行业脱碳而言也是不可或缺的因素。未来我们希望通过绿电加绿氢的综合解决方案，为传统的高耗能产业如钢铁行业等带来新的、更可持续的能源选择，进一步推动全球绿色可持续发展。
Meanwhile, the development of hydrogen technology is also an indispensable factor to decarbonize energy-intensive industry like the steel industry. In future, we will bring solutions of green electricity plus green hydrogen to more energy-intensive industries.
让全人类共享清洁能源，携手共创绿色星球。在此，我要呼吁现场所有的与会代表，为了全球可再生能源市场的快速发展，为了更好地应对全球气候变化的挑战，让我们一起携起手来，积极担当起时代赋予我们的使命，持续推动绿色可持续的能源在更多的领域落地和应用，加速全球能源变革之路。
Let's realize the dream together to provide affordable and clean energy to people all over the world. I would like to call on all of the participants here today to join hands for the rapid development of green energy globally. And let's bring solutions to more industries, and let's accelerate global energy transition.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, I think because of the limited time of the Mr. Lee, and he cannot continue with us for the following panel. But however, I really believe and trust that today's sessions and topic will continue to be active between us. Okay, following that, after listening the two speeches of today's speakers, I think all of you could have the better understanding of today's topic. So warmly welcome the Sonia Dunlop and Anna Rovsar and Made Hayes to the stage, and the host from LONGi representative is the Vice President Dennis, together to start our first roundtable forum today.
Thank you.
Okay, for today's first topic that we want to discuss is the current status of the renewable energy and the tendency of the future. So the first question I prefer to Anna, because you present the Global Renewables Alliance. So I wanted to ask with you is about, you mentioned the slogan title in the latest report that everybody can know that the doubling the power and the doubling renewable power and tripling the power efficiency. So could you please to explain us more regarding this slogan, and how do you think that the renewable energy could play the important role in this process?
Of course, it's a pleasure. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for the opening. Also to Sonia, to Mr. Lee. Pleasure to be here, and pleasure to be here with my fellow panelists. Maybe to zoom out a bit so that we have the full picture. You know, if there's one trend that we can really ascertain, it's that now the clean energy transition overall has been set in motion. You know, new data is coming out about this virtually every day. We have numbers for this. IEA points towards $1.8 trillion of investment going into the clean energy transition overall this year. That's a record high, first of all, and it shows a clear shift compared to investment in conventional energy, which is still at 1 trillion. So there's starting to be a disconnect. That's a good sign. That's a sign of progress. Much of that is thanks to renewables, thanks to the cost competitiveness of renewables. I don't think I need to repeat what Sonia eloquently said, and for which LONGi has clearly made a fantastic contribution. But it's not a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? This transition needs to be driven, it needs to be taken forward, it will not happen by itself. And unfortunately, despite this progress, we are still quite far off. We're at COP28, global stocktake is taking place here. It's like a report card for all of us on how we stand, how we're going on the energy transition, on our climate targets, and we're not on track. So much more needs to happen. And that's where, once again, the role of renewables really come in very strongly. Much has happened there in the past decade, much more needs to happen, and this year we've actually seen that being quantified into a very concrete and understandable target, which is the 3x. If we want to keep in line with reducing emissions the way we should to reach 1.5 degree target, IEA, IRENA, they've calculated it, we need to triple renewables capacity by 2030. And we need to double energy efficiency by that same time, 7 years from now, less actually. In other words, if there's one thing we should be doing, it's that, right? And the fact that we've now been, you know, the Global Renewables Alliance came together 1 year ago, unifying the voice of industry associations across that renewable energy technology spectrum, from solar to wind, geothermal, hydro, green hydrogen, storage, so a single unified voice, something that could not have been the case 10 years ago, right? This is really how to say, a child of its time. We really care very strongly about campaigning for that goal, tripling renewables and doubling efficiency. That's where the raison d'être, if you will, the real big push comes from the GRA. The fact that 4 days ago, now 123 countries have pledged to do this is an extremely positive signal to all of us in the sector, all of us in the industry, across the board, because now we know that countries have agree with us. And we can now focus on what comes next, which is holding countries accountable, first of all. 1 year from now, we'll say, you pledged this. Voluntary, not voluntary. Let's hope it makes it into the text, obviously, but this is already a very important signal. 1 year from now, what have you done about it? Because there comes the second part. Governments may set targets, but private sector makes it happen, makes those targets reality. And so there's a clear collaboration that needs to happen on those both fronts. We now have a signal, and we're going to continue pushing for this so that this now gets implemented. It's a whole other areas of work that need to happen now: permitting, planning, policy regulation, access to finance, especially in emerging markets and developing economies. I can come back about that point, but that's really what comes next.
Yeah, so this is why I prefer to ask some questions regarding the immersion market, that everybody know that the doubling or the tripling this slogan is really ambitious, and it's really a challenge for the different industries and sectors to work together. But so let's put it later, and so this is why I prefer to hope to give you the question first, because I think the Global Renewable Alliance not only just it can accumulate all the renewable power together, and this only in that way that we can toward or near the target of the 2030. Yeah. The second thing that's for Made, because I think that you have already worked for the many years in the solar industry. So actually, this is the question maybe from my private part. I really wonder to know that maybe now, just as Anna mentioned, that doubling the renewable and the doubling the efficiency, the tripling the power, but the land. How to say, the land sources, is that maybe the limitation resources for the solar development, or maybe some part of the use or the based or distributed the scenario based or written could it possible to be the future for to achieve such an ambitious target, or if it's possible the land could be the restrict to stop or to stop the development of this.
Yes, thank you very much, Letizia. And I can only subscribe to everything that Anna said. The Global Renewables Alliance is a very valuable platform for us from the perspective of both Solar Power Europe and the Global Solar Council, although I'm here speaking on behalf of Solar Power Europe because we have our CEO here on this panel as well. The tripling target, very, very important in order to be able to stick to the 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway. And after Anna zoomed out a little bit, I would like to zoom in on solar. Because I'm here representing the solar industry, the European solar industry. And, this tripling target and the 11 terawatt is pretty interesting from the solar sector's point of view. Actually, the solar sector is on track to deliver our share. As Sonia mentioned, that is going to be a lion's share of this 11 terawatt. According to our projections, between 6.2 to 7.9 terawatt can be achieved in terms of global installations of solar power by 2030. And we've been actually discussing with LONGi and the market analysts from LONGi as well in the last couple of months. And we know that LONGi itself is predicting an annual market size of 1.5 terawatt only solar in 2030. That is major. That corresponds actually to Solar Power Europe's high scenario. And our medium scenario is 1 terawatt in terms of annual market size in 2030. And we think that we have to strive for 1.5 terawatt. And that is what, all the recommendations that Anna was mentioning and also Sonia was talking about in terms of permitting, financing, risk mitigation, etc. is going to be necessary. And governments will have to make an effort in order to be able to get closer to the high scenario, to 1.5 a terawatt. And actually the pledge that we've been seeing, and that I was looking at the big banner outside this morning, and indeed 123 countries have signed up so far. So it is going to be a very powerful signal that will help us to get closer to the 1.5 terawatt only solar market size, and also to surpass the 11 terawatt total installed capacity total renewables. And then in terms of limitations and challenges in terms of land, I think solar will play a crucial role and a very interesting role from this point of view as well, because of the versatility of the solar technology, right? So the 6 to 8 terawatt of solar by 2030 will not only be delivered by utility scale solar, and indeed land availability is more of a challenge for utility scale solar than for other segments, but solar also has other use cases such as rooftop, off-grid, and other innovative solutions such as agri-PV, very, very important, floating PV. And these are also applications that we're working on. And so we think that it is because of these types of innovative applications that solar can contribute to the solving the challenges when it comes to land use. Thank you.
Thank you, Made. And they actually, you know that LONGi now, we are now on the COP28. We don't want to at stage, it's just as the business stage. We prefer to call more attention from the policymaker, from the more they emphasize or some association to get attached on the solar or the renewable development. So the micro, please give to Dennis, and representing the LONGi, I think that Dennis could share more things about the, we know that LONGi offer, or Dennis express the solar for all, this concept in this NAC this year. So Dennis, could you please to explain more regarding the solar for all from the LONGi, although that's LONGi, from the other side, that LONGi is at the manufacturer of solar, but I think that we are also an enabler to accelerate such a process in this industry. Yeah. So could you give us or explain us more about the solar for all, this conception?
Thank you, Leticia. Yeah, this is my third COP experience. Okay, so I'm very excited about these days what I experienced, because in the past I still saw a lot of debate about about whether we have the consensus about energy transition. Okay, so the carbon, the right for the, let's say, carbon emission, a lot of things. But this 28, okay, just like the slogan, okay, unite, act, deliver. So there's no any debate about such kind of transition. So it's just like we were, fighting and working very hard, to be the center of the stage. But today, so renewable energy as a leading player, we are now actually on the center of the stage. However, it means a lot of responsibility. I didn't expect it before. In the past, I want on the stage, something like this. Okay, so it means we have to work very hard to improve our capacity and capability. Okay, so capacity-wise, because the demand is very strong. Okay, so we have to build up the capacity for the product, not only in China but globally in different corners of the world. Okay, and more importantly, like I mentioned, that now solar application, the demand from not only just the utility but different kind of applications, different kind of segmentations, and the demand from customers actually more and more diversified. Okay, when Mate want to install solar panel on top of the roof, not only just making electricity, he want, of course, make the roof house more beautiful. Okay, and also the PV with agricultural PV on floating. Even now in China, we are working on ocean PV. Okay, so a lot of things. It means that in the past we only work on the LCV, but today we have to work together with a lot of downstream players on applications. We cannot let the whole world or any of customers down. We already been on the central stage. We have to be working very hard. Anyway, these days and every day I'm full of energy because of that. I'm very excited about this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. And the last question that for the first part, I prefer to Sonia, because you mentioned the multilateral development bank in the COP27. So I wanted to know how do you think about the relationship between the MDBS development and the investment with the acceleration or the development of the renewable energy? Yeah.
Absolutely. So the World Bank and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and the other multilateral development banks, such as African Development Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, Asian Development Bank, and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, have a hugely important role in leading the climate transition and leading the financing of the climate transition in every corner of the world. There is almost not a single country in the world, apart from maybe Iceland, I think, that does not receive multilateral development bank finance of some kind. And we need to make sure that they are investing in the mega PV projects, and that through smaller public banks and through smaller private banks, that their money is also reaching small-scale, off-grid solar PV for the communities that need it most in the 600 million or so people that do not have access to electricity. And the magic of the multilateral development banks is twofold. First of all, governments can put a very small amount of money in as the cash injection, and they can multiply that by 5-6 times by then raising money on private capital markets. That's how we can get to the trillions we need for the energy transition. And also they can move money from London, New York, and Tokyo, from the private financial markets to the communities in Botswana, in Zambia, in Myanmar, in Peru, in Paraguay that need it most, to really get the solar panels and get the renewable energy and the climate adaptation projects as well to the people who need it. And that's why they are absolutely critical. And may I say, a personal friend of mine, the president of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, together with all the other MDB presidents, such as Werner Hoyer at the EIB, are really showing leadership on this issue and are really committed to mobilizing private sector investment into solar projects and renewables projects, and want to talk to us to understand what the challenges are and how they can help solve them.
Yeah. Thank you, Sonia. And in this case, that for the first part of this volume that we just template, and second part, and please, Sonia and Anna take a break, and Made and Dennis stay with us, and welcome Nicola Davison and Marcelo Alvarez to the stage for the second volume. No, it's okay. Well, I know that Marcelo is from the Latin America, and so the first question for the second volume, I prefer to give you first. Okay, I really wanted to know that everybody talking just like the first part, we talk about the emerging market like the Latin America or Africa. So what do you think about the policy support play the role in the development or accelerate the renewable development in the Latin America? Or you could take an example of Argentina.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation, LONGi, Leticia, Mr. Lee. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. You will suffer a little bit as a result of my English. Sorry about that. I'm sure I'm a smart guy in Spanish, but speaking in English it's hard to believe. I'm curious what will happen with the screen, to be honest. I was noticing what will happen with me. Okay. Let's try with what is happening in Latin America. It's a very heterogenic region, and it's a huge change. Used to be when I started working in solar energy 38 years ago, it was only off-grid. And now it's mainly on-grid, and 99% of the market is on-grid, and around 40 million people around the region is without any electricity services. We have to change that because we have the technology to solve that situation. We have the financial support to do that. Is lack of projects, the serious project to do that, and the productive projects, because the main approach for distributed generation in the rural areas is poverty mitigation, as it's not a productive uses. We need more agri-PV, we need more water pumping, we need more distributed generation in order to create local jobs. But speaking regarding the mainstream, for example, we have a successful case of Brazil, 34 gigawatts installed, with around 70% of them in distributed generation, half of that in terms of residential, 1 million new jobs created. And it's working as a result of the framework. The net metering framework in Brazil was so successful, and we start with Brazil, with Rodrigo Soaya, is working in the same law for Argentina and Brazil around 10 years ago. And Brazil now is around 1,000 times, in terms of distributed generation, 1,000 times the market of Argentina. You can notice the difference regarding two main points. The net metering against net billing, in the case of Argentina, with big subsidies in the electrical tariff, mainly for fossil fuels. And secondly, the financial support. Brazil is structured with the BANADE, with the National Bank of Development, a lot of credit lines in order to support the development of photovoltaics, and Argentina have almost nothing regarding that. That is a comparison with the two of the three main economies of Latin America. If you include Mexico, you can notice that the barriers could be from the policy. Mexico was growing and growing, and a result of the wrong policy stopped the development of distributed generation. I don't want to enter in detail of that, but we have to be careful, and one of the reasons of our institution is to share lessons learned in order to save time, money, and catalyze the process of adoption of solar energy worldwide, and in my case, in Latin America.
Okay, thank you, Marcelo. And we know that actually the Nicola is from ArcelorMittal, is one of the biggest metallurgy in the world. And actually the ArcelorMittal played a role as off-taker in this market, actually, which have the great consumption of this energy. So Nicola, could you please to give us the more explanation of the what ArcelorMittal is doing, especially for the, because according to the ESG report that ArcelorMittal really made a lot of efforts on the decarbonization process. Yeah, so could you give us the explanation about it?
Yes, sure. Thanks, Leticia. That's a very big question. I could be here for an hour. So where will I start? ArcelorMittal is a global steel company. We operate all around the world, so in developing markets, in developed markets, Europe, North America, South Africa, CIS, and we also have mining assets. If our CEO was here, I know exactly what he would say, Mr. Aditya-Mittal. First of all, he would say, the bad news is that steel is responsible for 7% of global emissions, which it is. The good news is that we do know the technology routes that are going to take us to net zero. So from ArcelorMittal's perspective, we are openly pursuing all of those technology routes at the moment. There are essentially three, I would say, really. The first is, just for those of you who, I don't know whether to assume everyone knows steelmaking technologies or not, but essentially there are two main routes to make steel. One is with the blast furnace, which is the traditional route using coal, and that's responsible for about 70% of the steel that's made in the world today. And there's 2 billion tons of steel produced globally. That's actually why it's such a high percentage of global emissions. On a per ton basis compared with other materials, actually the carbon footprint is comparatively low, but there's such a high volume of steel used. So the traditional method of making steel using coal in the blast furnace, and we can potentially use carbon capture, utilization, and storage with that route. Then there is another way of making steel, which is still the primary steel, which essentially uses natural gas instead of coal, and that's in a DRI and EAF installation. Now you do find those assets today, but they are only in regions of the world where there is a cheap natural gas price, obviously. So you'll find them here in the Middle East, you'll also find them in the US. You won't find them in Europe, you won't find them in other markets of the world. There is a potential to replace the natural gas with green hydrogen, hence why, of course, very, very important solar and renewables. And then there's the scrap-based side of the steel making as well. And that is lower carbon still, but there's not a finite use of scrap. There's a finite amount of scrap in the world. So at present, that only takes up about 30% of global steel making. By 2050, we expect that to be about 50% as scrap supply increases, largely in the developing economies, but you will still need 50% of primary steel making. So we are pursuing actively CCS and green hydrogen. when it comes to green hydrogen, just linking it back obviously to the topic of this panel, we need a vast amount of renewable electricity to take steel to net zero. Just to give you a sort of reference figure, there's 100 million tons of flat steel production in Europe today. You would need half of Europe's entire installed renewable capacity today to take 100 million tons to net zero. So you can imagine just how much renewable electricity we need for 2.5 billion tons globally. That's why we also are pursuing CCS, because we feel we have to keep both these technology routes open. So we're making, I would say, reasonably good progress on both routes. The challenge is the economics and the business case. And here policy is extremely important. I'll pause there, Leticia. I told you I could go on for a long time.
No, it's okay. And actually, I also know that because for me, it's not suitable for me to make some advertisement for the ArcelorMittal. But however, I really know that in the metallurgy industry, the manufacturer really facing a big challenges when balance the benefit between the decarbonization. Just like you mentioned that all the furnace is the assessment, and nobody can broken it just when it built it 2 years ago. So just comparing, make the balance of it. What do you think about it? How the ArcelorMittal will do? Because according to my information is that according to the data of the World Steel Association and some responsible steel association, they really have the record of this, just like you mentioned, the carbon dioxide emission. And so how can ArcelorMittal as the leader in this material or in this industry could balance the benefit and decarbonization process?
Again, a very good question, Leticia, and it's something our investors ask us all the time as well, because they want us to have targets, not just targets, they want us to have science-based targets, which are aggressive for the steel industry. The science-based target methodology for steel was published in September. And at the same time, they want to know what the return on investment is. So it's a bit of a chicken and an egg, and that's what we want to achieve as well. I mean, we absolutely want to lead the decarbonization of the industry. Our CEO is very clear on that vision. What that means in reality is leading in each region, because we can't we can't move at the same pace everywhere. Mm-hmm. So if you look at our group targets, we have a target to reduce the intensity of our emissions by 25% globally by 2030. In Europe, because of the cost on carbon and the evolved policy environment, that's actually 35%. So 35% in Europe and, averaged out below 25% in regions of the world where there isn't policy. So I think, for us, that's actually, obviously we wish we could go at 35% everywhere, but at least it's helpful in making the argument and working with policymakers in other regions to say, look, this is why we can't go faster at the moment. And this is the policy which has worked in other regions, particularly, I must say, the IRA in the United States. I'm not going to be the only person that says that. Obviously, that's a huge incentive to industry to invest and to apply for the financial incentives that they are provided. So it's step by step, but I think really the shining light for us is that we know how to do it. Mm-hmm. We know technologically how to do it. So that's a really good place to be in. And then it's just unpicking, really ensuring the policies are there on the push side and that we're building the demand signal as well on the pull side. And actually yesterday there was quite an important event. It doesn't sound important unless you're in the steel industry and you know all the effort that's gone into getting to this point. But the World Trade Organization has played a very important role in coordinating other companies and institutions to agree on the principles that will be used to define what low carbon steel is. Because as people who know steel is, there's not just one type of steel, there are hundreds of types of steel. Yeah. And they all have different carbon footprints, and that depends on the technology used or the metallics that go into the steel making. And so we've spent, the industry has been agreeing and disagreeing for the better part of 2 years on how you define low carbon steel. And so the fact that we've now got a lot of people actually at least aligned in the principles will help us hopefully move towards a clearer definition, which will be very important for building that demand signal.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly. Please let me to give the more background of the steel industry. As the Nicola mentioned, that the DRI will be the core crucial step and the way to help everybody or help such an industry to realize the decarbonization. So the hydrogen is one sector that's so important to help in this part. Yeah. So Dennis, could you please to explain everybody here to regarding the hydrogen from LONGi, that's what we plan to do in, or what's our strategy on this part?
Okay, so I want to actually, because Mr. Lee, our president, just explained why LONGi entered into hydrogen, because the electricity of the energy will reach something like 60-70%. Then the rest of that, the hydrogen almost the only solution. But here I want to share with you a very interesting dialogue or conversation I had months ago with my friend who actually from other industry, not industry, he's a professor of history, okay? A very interesting conversation. I try to explain him about what I'm doing, okay? Energy revolution, energy transition, solar. We made a lot of progress on technology on solar, hydrogen, and he always laughing, and he told me said that okay, so the whole world the energy is running actually is a joke from the God. I said why? He said, you see that why there's only Earth we have the human being, because we have the sun and the water, okay? Then we thought we were very smart. We developed a lot of things, agricultural revolution, then industry revolution, then we have steel, a lot of steel, right? Then technology revolution, and until recently we realized that, the Earth is not sustainable. Okay, we have to do a lot of things like energy transition. Then after several years exploring, we realized that the energy transition come back to sun and water. That's hydrogen and PV. So we realized that the whole world just simply get wrong by sun and water. That's enough. Okay, so it's a little bit at a very philosophical sort, but very interesting, let's say. So it's pre-set up, okay? So back to the hydrogen strategy of LONGi. So I think LONGi start to enter into electrolyzer hydrogen business 3 years ago. Why we did that? Because as I mentioned, we saw that it's the only solution, and we realized that there's no major company in electrolyzer industry who actually have very great emission vision and technology development. Okay, so we saw that it will be a big potential for us can bring down the cost, okay, and also to increase the efficiency. Immediately we build up, global largest electrolyzer capacity already, and our latest product is already, the highest efficiency in terms of the energy consumption. So we will continue such kind of innovation, just like we have done in solar PV. Yeah, we believe that in future, especially in the application of the vast desert, solar, wind plus hydrogen will be a great solution. We will build up quite a few huge energy base, renewable energy base in Middle East, in North Africa, in Australia maybe. Only this way we can help all the energy transition of the world to achieve the net zero. Okay, so yeah, we are working on that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. And I think that regarding the whole decarbonization process, the Europe is the mutual one. So I prefer to ask Made to could you could you to explain us about how do you think about the European the limited or the temporary success of the decarbonization could give the good example to the others emerging market or some like the Latin America or Asia? Yeah. So what do you think about that?
Thanks a lot for that question, Leticia. And first of all, let me just say that from my point of view, of course, Europe is not the only region or country or jurisdiction that can be considered an example for other countries. I think the world, many countries of the world could learn a lot from China as well. For example, in terms of industrial policy. We, in Europe, we need to learn from China in terms of industrial policy. You know that there's a big discussion about rebuilding manufacturing in Europe, and we're looking at China. You know, how did you do it? We need to do something similar. But yeah, there are maybe some lessons learned in Europe that we can share, and I want to highlight three things. First, and the first thing is something that Marcelo was already addressing, it's about fossil fuel subsidies. And indeed, in Europe, we phased out fossil fuel subsidies, which helped a lot for renewable energy and solar energy to become competitive and help to deploy renewable energy on a large scale. I'm not going to go into the details because Marcelo gave a very good case study example, Brazil versus Argentina, how this works, really important. Second, regulatory certainty, stability, and predictability. We're not perfect in Europe. We had some cases, you know, where there was some instability and uncertainty and retroactive changes in the past, but in general, European regulation is quite stable, and that is something that investors really need in order to be able to trust the market, in order to be able to trust trust putting their money into those markets in the long term, and to come back regularly. An example where, you know, renewable energy industry had to be built up multiple times in the past 10, 15 years is South Africa. South Africa has a really good scheme, a really good renewable energy support scheme. That's the REAP, their renewable energy auction program. Actually, South Africa was one of the first countries to introduce renewable energy auctions, I think about 10 years ago. Very successful, but then it stopped, and the investors didn't know when it would come back, when the next round of auctions would take place. So the entire industry disappeared, and then after 4 or 5 years' time, the government announced, "Okay, here you go, next round," and then the country had to rebuild the entire industry. And this concerns not only investors and project developers. It's a bit more easy because there are a lot of international actors, but also local supply chains, for example. And especially if you want to use renewable energy industry to strengthen your local supply chains and create local jobs in manufacturing, then you need predictability. Third, sustainability and public acceptance. And Dennis, in your previous intervention, you were talking about the fact that we as solar and renewable energy more broadly, we are under a lot of scrutiny right now, right? So we are at the center of attention. Everybody is looking at us as we are, you know, on the way to 11 terawatt. This will be increasingly the case. So we really have to work on public acceptance, make sure that local communities support renewable energy projects and that they don't oppose renewable energy projects. So Europe is working on legislation such as the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, but also the eco-design rules, which will help companies to start complying with and provide requirements to companies to comply with these types of sustainability requirements. And to conclude, I just want to mention that as Solar Power Europe, we have just launched a program called the Solar Stewardship Initiative, which unites really a majority of European supply and demand. Over 50 companies are supporting this initiative, and programs like this are really important to help companies to ensure and maintain public acceptance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Made, please take a break and welcome back Anna and Sonia together with us for the volume, the part. And this is the third part is the last part for us. We could discuss how to promotion or how to accelerate the initiative to promoting the development of the renewable energy. Yeah. Dennis together with us. Okay, so let's talk about the third part regarding the prospective and the promotion measures of the renewable energy. Actually, this question I really want to ask Anna because I really saw some posts in your social media specialized for the Africa development. And just like Madame mentioned regarding the renewable energy development in the Africa. And so because I think that there's some border between the different countries in Africa, and the great connection may be some problem regarding the synergies. So what do you think? Could you give us some your opinion about this part?
Yes, sure. Thank you for bringing in the perspective, or let's say opening up the debate towards emerging markets, developing economies as well. I'll touch upon Africa specifically, but maybe again to zoom out a bit, because I find it's always helpful to know to look at this from a global perspective. We're at COP after all. So I think when in the previous round, I mentioned clean energy investment this year is expected to be $1.8 trillion, right? That's I said that was progress. That's at a global scale. That's a lot of technologies, not just renewables, to be sure.
Yeah.
But when you dig down a little bit where that money is going, 90% of that $1.8 trillion, 90, goes to three places. It goes to the United States, it goes to China, and it goes to Europe, right? That's where that takes place. So that means the remaining 10% goes to the rest of the world. And when you look, I actually heard that from one of our panelists at our hub, from SE for All, saying when you look at that 10% share, that's actually shrinking. So we have more investment going into clean energy around the world, but in, let's say, a few distinct markets. And then we have a shrinking part of that going to the rest. That's a ratio problem that we really need to turn around. And when we start to look at why that is, that's because it's not a technology problem. We've cleared that. Renewables, especially solar and wind, are extremely cost competitive. They've become this way. It's an access to finance problem. This is a common theme across COP. We've all heard this before. It's an access to finance problem in the sense that making projects take off in the emerging markets and developing parts of the world, especially Africa, I'm going to get to Africa, is way more expensive than it should be, and then it actually is, right? Can be up to 7 times more expensive to secure capital for a renewable energy project in Nigeria than anywhere else. Arguably a place where it's most needed and where it's actually the most resourceful. That has to do with what Sonia was mentioning, the financial architecture, the architectural system of how we finance and secure and mobilize capital around the world, essentially. When it comes to development, this is still a part of a system that is of another era, right? The multilateral development banks that have a huge role to play, they still function according to a logic that comes out of, that is 50, 60, 70 years old. So there's an urgent call, and I think also at COP, the Bridgetown Initiative, I mean, there's a lot of things being called there that try to campaign for that as well. In the same way that we campaign for tripling, they're really pushing towards, let's change the way we do climate financing, because it's just not future-proof anymore. And in particular in Africa, the renewable energy investment, for example, of everything that's happened all over the world in the past 2 years has been 2%. It's nothing. It's literally, it's a very sad number when you look at this. And it needs to be turned around completely. It has to do with this access to finance aspect. It has to do with looking at the actual need, both on the utility-sized needs as well as the decentralized needs, because they're very vast in Africa, right? More than 600 million people still don't have access to energy. The average electricity consumption of a sub-Saharan African capita person is less than that of an American fridge per year. When you look at those numbers, this is another vastly unequal number. And when we know, and I'll conclude with this, when we know what energy does for development, right? There hasn't been a single country or economy in this world that hasn't grown and is not based with a firm energy system as a backbone. So that's not just turning on a light bulb or charging your mobile phone. That's not being able to run a business, an office, a healthcare facility, a school, industry, and whatnot. We can go in all scales. So it's really important that we work on that financial piece.
Yeah, I think that Sonia also mentioned regarding the finances investment to help and support on this emerging market like the Africa. So Sonia, could you please or give us more some example that you experience in such a year's development in the Africa, like Africa or some in developing countries, that how the renewable energy could help the local economy development in the other aspect, the point of view, if we can see that if the renewable energy development could help the local economy development.
I can tell you the story of a maternity center, a health center in Sierra Leone. In the past, they've been experiencing many blackouts. It's called the Bow Center, with many grid blackouts that meant that they weren't able to power the machines to keep newborn babies alive, the incubators, the ventilators to keep newly born babies alive. A few years ago, they installed solar PV and storage, and now they have an almost uninterruptible power supply, keeping those machines going and keeping and more able to support the babies that need the support. That is an example of the kind of transformation that solar plus storage can bring to real people on the ground, to health centers, to vaccine centers, to fridges for keeping vaccines in good condition, to telecom towers so people have communication. And so there are so many really important applications of solar transforming people's lives. So I really believe in the LONGi mantra of solar for all and solar for solar. Because yes, we have to decarbonize the electricity that we use to manufacture the solar panels. I also, in terms of finance, want to pay tribute to the work of the National Development Bank of China, the China Development Bank, the biggest, by far the biggest development bank in the world, much bigger than the World Bank. A lot of people don't realize that. Bigger than the European Investment Bank, bigger than World Bank, has committed to stop financing all coal projects outside of China and has put so much money, billions, into solar PV manufacturing and solar PV deployment all over the world. If we can work with those kinds of mega banks to really put the money in the right places around the world, honestly, the tripling of renewables, the 5 times, 6 times of solar that we expect will happen in a heartbeat. So it's getting that kind of finance behind these projects that's really important. And I just want to say that, solar is ready to deliver on all of this. The technology is there. The manufacturing is there. Very soon we expect easily a terawatt, a tera and a half of manufacturing capacity. We are ready to deliver. Solar can deliver. We just need to be given the grid, the finance, the skills, the people, and a fair, free, open, and resilient global supply chain and global trade system for solar, and then we can fly.
Thank you, Sonia. And I think this is also the conception that LONGi, the solar for solar and solar for all, that regarding the renewable energy development could really help could help some part of the energy inequity globally. Yeah. So Nicola, and because this is the question for the steel company like ArcelorMittal, and maybe I know that ArcelorMittal also did a great effort on the green steel. That means that maybe the steel is one of the key sector or key section to build the infrastructure in the future, like the vehicle, like the infrastructure, like the building. So I really believe and deeply believe that the building or such an infrastructure in the future, the green steel really could help us to make a green future. Yeah, so what do you think about regarding this vision for this part from ArcelorMittal?
Yeah, absolutely, Leticia. So steel demand's going to grow. So today it's about 2 billion tons. By 2050, many people think it will increase to about 2.5, 2.6 billion tons. And there's two reasons for this fundamentally. One is, of course, the ongoing development of the developing economies. India, for example, is absolutely set to have exponential growth in the coming decades. And the second is exactly that, the growth of the net zero economy. So steel is in everything, actually. We don't see it, but it's in cars, so it'll be in the electric vehicles. It will be in the solar PVs, obviously. It'll be in the wind farms. It'll be in the low-carbon steel for construction. So this is a really big opportunity for us. And of course, what we see now is our customers starting to say, okay, but can you already give us green steel? And this brings me back to what I was talking about before in terms of what is green steel. And so a couple of years ago, we decided to launch our low-carbon steel product range called XCarb. And we have two fundamental products at the moment. And remember, I mentioned that there's not just one way to make steel, so it makes it all quite complicated. We have one product called the XCarb Green Steel Certificates, which is a virtual certificate. So we stack up all of the gains, we add them together in a certificate, we sell that to customers, and they can put zero in their Scope 3 emissions. The second is our XCarb recycled and renewably produced steels. And that can go as low as about 300 kilograms per ton of steel produced at the moment, which compares with around 1.8 tons of CO2 per ton of steel for the traditional coal-based integrated route. So these are proving quite popular, I have to say, particularly in sectors like automotive, but not only. Actually, what we can see is that the demand is growing cross-sectoral. It is still quite small, obviously, against the context of 2 billion tons. The demand, the existence of these products is small. So the challenge is all about how do you scale them? And that brings us back to scaling the technologies. And you know, if indeed it ends up hardwired in the language of the COP, that renewable electricity, there's a commitment from all of the signatories of the Paris Agreement to triple renewable electricity by 2030. That will also be a massive support to the steel industry. I don't think people, I think that the knowledge and understanding is improving, but a couple of years ago we'd be having discussions with people and they would just say, well, why can't you move faster? And that connect between renewable electricity to produce the green hydrogen that can then be used in the steel making wasn't understood. Now it is better understood, which is really good. So, I mean, I think, as you say, you know, renewable electricity is ramping up. There's a global alignment to triple it by 2030. If we can get that in the final agreement of this COP, that would also be a great step forward.
Yeah, thank you, Nicola. And the last question is for Marcelo. And I really wanted to know that I don't know if in Latin America if there is some problem for the grid connecting all the capacity of the grid in Latin America. So I wanted to know, could you share us with some example about the distributed or some like the rooftop, like some the scenario based this application of the PV panel in the region or such. Yeah.
We have all the problems that you want in our region. One remark before starting, I just noticed that right now I'm the only guy on this scenario, and I'm happy about that. I like it, but it's not only for being surrounded by women. That means that the industry is growing, really growing. Mm-hmm. And I just like to notice that. Mm-hmm. Secondly, I will make that the politician style that they answer whatever they want. It doesn't matter the question. To share with you one concern regarding the the worldwide market, the Latin American market, and specifically for Argentina. Regarding this COP and the worldwide market, I think I'm concerned regarding the clean energy versus renewable energy, because under that umbrella they are including gas and nuclear as an choosable source for financing. Mm-hmm. And this is a really big danger for us in order to lack the power that we need to grow quicker and healthier. Going to what is happening in our region, United Nations for Development published some months ago a work regarding the gas, the role of gas in the transition for Latin America, specifically the case study for Argentina. And to save time, they show with three different scenarios, one business as usual, one intensive in renewables, one intensive in gas, that renewable is, of course, cleaner because reduce 59% against 9% 2050 in the case renewable against gas, but also is cheaper by far and create 10 times more new jobs. The question is why we are not going faster in terms of adopting renewable energy in Latin America. The main barrier, not the only, but the main barrier is financial support. The right interest rate, the right payback period. And in Argentina, for example, the decision, the final decision between gas and renewable energy, and specifically solar energy, the decision will be in function of the interest rate. And here is the discussion how to solve the problems in developing countries, not only in developing countries, but mainly developing countries, in order to go faster than we are going.
Okay, thank you, Marcelo. And you also mentioned the investment, the financial support as the key sector or the sector to accelerate the renewable development in the regions. Okay, thank you to all. And today's, I think our session is almost the end. But however, after listening all your talk, I really wanted to share one experience of mine that you know that it's really tricky for me to, at the very beginning of my working, I worked in the metallurgy industry. And after that, I worked in the renewable energy, in wind energy, and now in the solar energy. So for me, I can really experience in my life to know at the very beginning, everybody or the world is concerned or the focus on the fulfill because this is the one sector that really develop the economy. But however, with the development of the recent years of the renewable energy, I really could feel the focus and ambitious of the target for the different regions, different countries, and different industries have the whole one target to realize the net zero goal. So I think although today's activity or the volume that end, but I believe that this target and this ambitious in our hearts will continue to go ahead with us. Yes, I'm very glad to together with you all to build a green future for us and for our next generation. Thank you to all.
Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's truly an honor to welcome everyone here for this very, very important event. For today, it's very special for LONGi, and we have this climate ambition pioneers in addressing climate change. And also, we will launch our LONGi's climate action white paper. And I'm Tasliman Huo from LONGi. And first, on behalf of LONGi, I would express my great gratitude to all distinguished guests to join us today. At this exciting moment, we gather together to focus on the issues of climate change, explore solutions to it, and collectively strive to build a cleaner and more sustainable future. Now, let's invite Mr. He and Mr. He Kebin, members of Chinese Academy of Engineers, also Dean of Institute for Carbon Neutrality, Tsinghua University. Let's welcome.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to say congratulations for LONGi's white paper 2023. And also very happy to meet our old friends and new friends here, especially the chairman of the Energy Transition Commission as a friend of Adele Towner, Mr. So because I think the majority here is Chinese, so I have to speak in Chinese. So 尊敬的李正国总裁王石先生，那么我们这个各位嘉宾朋友们，大家下午好。非常感谢LONGi绿能科技股份有限公司呢邀请我在出席他们这个在 COP28的这个 Solar per Minute 这个重要活动。那么在这儿呢，代表清华大学的碳中和研究院，对这一次的白皮书的发布活动和LONGi在应对气候变化方面做出的卓越贡献表示热烈的祝贺。那么我们知道，当今世界气候危机形势严峻，清洁能源的发展实际上是实现气候目标的一个关键的一环，就是解决核心的问题，应该说是整个是一个颠覆性的技术体系的变革的问题。所以LONGi绿能不仅在光伏产业上取得了显著的成就，并更是在应对气候变化的过程当中呢，展现了卓越的领导力和社会责任。光伏产业作为清洁能源的代表，不仅能够为能源结构的转型提供可行的路径，也在全球范围内推动了绿色技术的创新和发展。上午我在那个中国角的一个报告里头也讲到，这个国际能源署给出的一个分析，就即使在过去3年，这个疫情的非常严峻的情况下，以光伏为代表的清洁能源为全球提供了一个韧性的这个工作机会的增加，并在未来的30年，它还是一个强劲的拉动这个未来那个工作 job opportunity 的一个非常重要的一个推动力。所以说呢，它展现了企业的在社会层面的积极履行和为全球推动可持续发展做出的巨大贡献。那么在这个贡献过程当中，其实我们讲的产学研用是一个非常重要的一个有机结合。大家知道清华也非常重视这个双碳工作，在这个咱们习主席提出双碳目标的1周年的那一天，就21年的9月22号，那么我们正式成立了一个碳中和研究院。那么是把学校10几个院系的力量形成一个新的交叉平台，从供能、用能、储能、流程再造、减污降碳形成一个整体。同时呢，又不仅是在技术，那么在支撑技术的治理体系上，比如说碳金融、碳市场和相关的法律法规上形成一个整体的一个研究。那么我们开展了这个相关的面向地区、面向行业的技术研发和成果的转化，那么非常重视我们给企业的合作，目前已经跟一批企业和地方呢开展了协同创新的专项，来带动国家的碳中和的这个目标的实现。 那么特别值得强调的是，LONGi绿能啊，积极响应这个全球的这个减碳、实现碳中和目标的这个背景，不仅在技术上不断的优化，而且在业务战略上，深入融合了绿色的理念。其实这是跟清华大学的碳中和研究院的使命是不谋而合的。期待未来与LONGi在碳中和这个领域加强合作，为国家和世界的这个碳中和目标的实现做出贡献。那么在这个全球行动的这个关键时刻，我们需要更多的像绿能这个LONGi绿能这样的领军企业，发挥这个示范作用，引领产业创新，推动全球绿色的转型。我们也知道，从我们现在的评估，要实现2050、2060的碳中和目标，全世界的绿色技术还不是充分的，大概还差了一半的技术还没有商业化，还在路上，所以还需要我们产学研用共同努力。最后再次祝贺本次活动取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. He. And now please allow me introduce Mr. Wang Shi, Honorary Chairman of Board Bank, to give us the addressing speech on why it is important that private sectors should involve in climate action.
"尊敬的郑国老总，尊敬的贺斌院士，女士们、先生们，大家下午好。站在这里啊，感到非常非常特别。特别就在于呢，去访问咱们LONGi，经历呢，我还历历在目。当时我印象中，其中有一个小插曲，对于现在这种光伏发电水平做到什么程度，是不是这个我记得指着就是一些非常薄的像瓦楞板一样，非常非常薄摆在地下。我说这是干嘛的？他说光伏发电。我说这个我一看那颜色不是像那亮晶晶的，我说这能放电吗？他说当然可以发电。我说这做的好像是遮雨板呢，他说就是遮雨板。我说遮雨板，我说能发电，我说它结实吗？他说这很结实啊。我说我去踩没问题吗？我当然这是非常质疑呀。我说没问题。我说我跳也没问题吗？他说也没问题。我是就有点活蹦乱跳嘛，我就上去了，蹦蹦跳跳了半天，看见他呢就是软硬在这儿，非常好。不是没问题，结果这网上就疯传了，这无形当中啊，我替LONGi做了一次形象代言人，这个给我印象非常非常深刻。我自以为我对光伏发电这方面作为一个应用客户呢，是比较了解情况的。比如说，万科的当时的2009年启用的新总部，整个楼顶上全用的光伏发电，就是已经是在16万平方米的绿色的配电呢，占到了17%。不要说14年前，就是当今按照同样的容云率，不要说在中国，在国际上那都是领先的。但是我们再看看，也就是去年我访问LONGi之后，那就是去年的事儿了啊。访问LONGi不是去年，而是前年。访问LONGi之后，我们进行了工程改造，我们再次用的还不是那个非常结实的那个啊，还是属于那种发电效率比较高的。一改造之后，现在也从原来的17%增加到85%。这个都不给点掌声吗？我这是在表扬LONGi啊。为什么呢？因为也就是这短短的10几年时间，当时的发电的效率 提高了1倍。第二是价格降低了90%。那我们看看这样的一个就10几年的功夫啊，是一种什么设备？所以光伏发电还有相伴随的风能发电，显然呢是以光伏发电以LONGi为代表的，这个远远走在前面的，不仅是在中国，在国际上也是走在前面的。我再讲第二个小故事啊，这和郑国我感受很深的，其中提议，我不知道郑国还记不记得啊？提议就是他们就是并购一家国际上知名的和光伏发电板生产的企业有关系的，我提议并购他们。郑国是这样回答我的，说：“哎，我们并购他要给我多少钱呢？你还记得吗？”我就愣了啊！我说：“你并购别人，怎么别人给你钱啊？”他说：“他简单，很简单。他说我们现在已经是社会上已经很成熟，商品推广的，他们属于在实验室阶段。就是我说过他什么呢？我说过他就是他过时的设备，说过他的员工，那我要解决他员工的再就业问题，所以要看他给我多少钱。我一听，哎呦，我说还没遇到中国的企业家这样来回答我的问题呀！我印象非常清楚。到今天站在这里非常非常感慨，就是在郑国老总的带领下，我们LONGi还是在那一步一步的往前走。作为呢，我们是个消费端，已经感到由于光伏发电的这样的进步，那我就感到作为我们原来的消费端呢，它不仅仅是消费端，而且是和建筑结合起来，无论是新建的建筑还是传统建筑的改造，我们还是一个生产端，就是我们能本身自己可以一部分的电，不但是我们可以自己来发电，发电多了作为一个建筑物，我们还可以销售给其他需要的。当然这里有问题，比如说按照原来计划，今年我的改造的同样的那个面积，要把光伏发电从85%增加到150%，什么意思呢？就不但全部的光用电我自己解决了，我还可以有1/3的用电呢，我给南方电网，合同都签好了。后来实际上就到80%、85%，现在没有再进一步的改造，为什么呢？简单道理很简单，就是消纳率。消纳率不好，他不想要的时候，你卖给他，他拒绝接受，而且给你电价非常非常便宜。说如何是和发光储这个如何结合起来，是现在很大的问题。所以作为消费端呢，我们重点的就是来更多的提高光伏的使用效率呢，我们更多的是在改造的中伏，也是在储。时间问题我就不展开了，就讲了这2个小故事，和我现在作为消费端我们怎么在使用的这样的一个经验既有经验，也有说呢不能就是说为了上而上，为了增加量而量，如何有效率的使用，如何发和储和运用结合起来，这是我们愿有的课题，也非常愿意。我第一次感到和郑国呢，原来觉得跟他处得很遥远，一个他在西安，我在深圳，是吧？第二个呢，我们是传统行业的，第二个呢是，他们是搞绿色代表未来的新型能源的，空间上我们相隔甚远，行业上一个是传统，一个是未来，但是我第一次感到在COP29上，COP28上，我们是邻居，因为我们的馆和咱们LONGi的馆是邻居，今天是走门串访来了，所以我希望在COP29上呢，我们不仅是邻居，我们就是隔着一道墙，我们是一家人，我们一块儿从供给到消费2个端，我们一块儿在中国的未来的碳中和，这个目标上，我们不但是在这么走在一块儿去，而且在国际化上，我们也一块儿走到一块儿去。 谢谢郑国先生，谢谢各位代表。
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Wang's story. It's very fantastic. And now, very good storytellers. And now, please applause to founder and president of LONGi, Mr. Li Zhenguo, to give the welcome remarks.
OK， 尊敬的王石董事长啊，这个是泰勒勋爵，索尔海姆先生，各位朋友，大家好。
Honorable Professor He, Lord Turner, Chairman Wang, Mr. Soham, and dear friends.
很高兴隆基的2023气候行动白皮书与大家见面了，这是我们自2021年。以来发布的第3份气候白皮书。
It's a great pleasure to present to you the 2023 Climate Action White Paper of LONGi, our third publication since 2021.
尽管当前全球经济复苏缓慢，但积极应对气候变化，迈向净零未来，依然是全球性的共识与行动。这也让我们相聚在 COP28 的隆基主办的光伏角，共同探讨全球公平、可持续的能源转型之路。
Despite a slow economic recovery, the collective commitment and action toward actively addressing climate change and moving forward a net zero future remain a global consensus. This brings us together at the LONGi-hosted Solar Forum during COP28 to explore a just and sustainable global energy transition.
作为全球领先的太阳能科技公司，我们始终在思考。隆基对于全球气候行动最主要的贡献是什么？光取之不尽，用之不竭，而硅是光伏发电最重要的原材料。
As a leading global solar technology company, we constantly think about LONGi's primary contributions to global climate action. Sunlight is an infinite and sustainable resource, and silicon is the most crucial material for photovoltaic power generation.
目前，从石英矿到光伏组件，直接能耗仅约0.4度电每瓦，而每瓦光伏组件在其全生命周期30年内的发电量约为45度电。从0.4度电到45度电，是光伏最终产生的能源效益，是其生产能耗的100多倍，是名不其实的绿色能源放大器。
From mining to PV modules, the direct energy consumption is only about 0.4 kilowatt hours per watt, while each watt of PV modules generates approximately 45 kilowatt hours throughout its life cycle of 30 years. The energy efficiency of PV, amplifying 100 times its production energy consumption, truly makes it a green energy amplifier.
今年隆基提出了 BC 类电池是未来晶硅光伏产品的主流技术。我们通过技术创新，让曾经的奢侈品进入寻常百姓家，让人们在实现净零的道路上付出的成本越来越低，尤其是发展中和欠发达国家的地区的人们，也能享受到可负担的清洁能源，进而实现全世界的能源公平。这就是隆基如何贡献于全球可持续发展的答案。
This year, LONGi introduced the back contact cells as the mainstream technology for future silicon PV products. Throughout technological innovation, we have made what was once considered a luxury to accessible to general public. This ensures that the costs incurred on the path to achieving net zero are constantly decreasing. Particularly, people in developing and undeveloped regions can now afford clean energy, contributing to global energy equity. This is how LONGi contributes to sustainable development worldwide.
与此同时，隆基也致力于减少自身运营的环境影响。在2018年第24届联合国气候大会上，隆基提出了 Solar for Solar 理念。目前，隆基是唯一一家同时加入RE100、EP100、EV100和科学碳目标倡议的中国光伏企业。 而且我很高兴地告诉大家，隆基在今年已经正式通过了科学碳目标的审核认证，成为中国光伏行业首家通过审核的企业。
On the other hand, LONGi is committed to reducing its own operational environmental impact. At the COP28 in 2018, LONGi proposed the solar for solar concept. Concurrently, LONGi is the only Chinese PV company that has joined RE100, EP100, EV100, and the Science-Based Targets Initiative. I am delighted to announce that LONGi has officially passed the SBTi verification this year, becoming the first Chinese PV company to achieve this verification in the industry.
我们也注意到，中国光伏企业承担了全球绝大多数光伏产品的制造，以及由此带来的碳排放，以满足全球各国能源转型和减排需求，并且这一趋势还将随着全球净零转型的加快而不断加速。因此，光伏产业的减碳和净零之路需要考虑全球能源转型对光伏产能快速增长的需求。
We also recognize that Chinese PV companies shoulder the majority of global PV production and the associated carbon emissions to meet the global demand for energy transition and emission reduction. This trend will only accelerate with the decreasing pace of global net zero transformation. Therefore, the decarbonization and net zero journey of the PV industry must consider the rapidly growing demand for PV capacity in the global energy transition.
道虽远，行则将至，这是隆基在第一份白皮书中说的。我们希望通过持续发布白皮书，向全球各界展示隆基去后行动的坚定雄心、务实的行动和阶段性成果，倡导善意和公平的能源价值观，推动全球的能源变革和气候行动进程。
Although the road is long, we are on our way. This was mentioned by LONGi in our first white paper. Through the continuous release of white papers, we aspire to showcase LONGi's steadfast ambition, pragmatic actions, and accomplishments in climate action to the world. We aim to advocate for a benevolent and equitable energy value system, propelling the global energy revolution and the progress of climate action.
Thank you, everybody. Okay.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Li. And now let's welcome Mr. Pan Jiahua, member of Chinese Academy of Social Science, to deliver the keynote speech. Welcome.
I think I've got 15 minutes, right? I need to get the time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, really a great pleasure being here, part of LONGi event. Congratulations, first of all, to LONGi for its contribution to the world zero carbon transition. Now I would like to brief you our idea, our proposal to a zero carbon world polymerase system, zero carbon energy polymerase system as a solution to a carbon neutral world. We do have an urgency. Year 2023, according to the European Climate Center, is the warmest year over the past 125,000 years. The Antarctic is melting, and extreme climate events are everywhere. There is no time to wait for a transition to net zero. But I believe that net zero is not enough because carbon sinks cannot play a huge role, and the CCS does not seem to be able to shoulder the burden. According to the technical dialogue before COP28 for global stocktake, we need to reduce carbon emissions substantially at an accelerating rate to reach 1.5 degrees target as is in the Paris Agreement. According to the calculation as given in the technical dialogue, by 2030, carbon dioxide should be reduced up to 28%. By 2040, 80% of the carbon dioxide emissions has to be removed. And by 2050, 99% of all carbon emissions should be reduced. That means by 2050, zero carbon dioxide emissions. And this would ensure only a 50% probability to reach 1.5 degrees. The good news, because I started my career in climate change economics in 1997 as a senior economist of the IPCC working Group 3 Technical Support Unit for mitigation. At that time, nobody would be able to see zero carbon, simply because solar, wind were so expensive, they will in no case be competitive with fossil fuel energy. And power storage was nowhere to find. And the transport, electric vehicles, was not even heard of. And now, as you can see, solar PV, I think that the LONGi made huge contributions, is a real leader in this area to reduce the cost of production and to make it competitive in the energy market. It's only a fraction. And people always say we have no money. Look, according to the China Statistical Yearbook, year 2022, China spent over 3 trillion RMB to buy oil. That's 2.5% of China's total GDP. If we spend the money for solar, for wind, for power battery, for electric vehicle, employment, growth of the economy, welfare, everything. So we need to change our mindset. And people would say renewables are intermittent. Yes, when we have sunshine, we have energy. When we have no wind, no energy. That's true. Only in recent years, nobody would be able to imagine some 10 years earlier that, power storage Of course, the conventional pump storage. And now we have compressed air, chemical approaches, power battery. It's now competitive enough because lithium battery can be somewhat, expensive. And also, the rare metal is a concern for supply security. But sodium, I heard of it some 5 years earlier, and then this year, the cost per kilowatt hour of electricity, some 0.4 to 0.6 RMB. And in the next 2 or 3 years, the cost is expected to be lowered down to 0.2 yuan RMB, right? So with all this, we can make it very sure that we can combine, production, consumption, and storage systematically integrated. And then with such a system, we do not have to, we can be independent. We do not have to rely on power grid, because the power grid is very powerful, right? And recently, I think that many of our Chinese friends are aware that many provinces announced that, during the, sunshine times, from 9 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon, the price of solar electricity is to be restricted. This is not fair, but you have no way because the power grid has a say, right? And then if we are independent, and then we do not have to rely on. The other thing is that in China we do have a very powerful, wide coverage of power grid. In Africa, in Southeast Asia, there is no such coverage of power grid. And in these cases, they have to be, because the investment in power grid is so expensive. And then if it's independent, the upfront cost is manageable. And per kilowatt hour electricity, as we, calculate, we have such systems, manufactured and sold in China. I heard that, solar energy, they have been doing the system, and all can be in one, right? When you have solar, presumably production on top of your roof, right? Consumption, you have all the electrical appliances, you have your kitchen, utensils, you can use your heat pumps for heating, air conditioning for cooling, right? You can charge your electric vehicle, 100 kilometers drive, you would require only 12 kilowatt hours. So competitive. That is why, electric vehicles are so competitive and so popular. So, you don't have to care, oil, because fish out and fish down, there's nothing. When we have all this competitive system operating, never mind. Now you see, with all the electric vehicles, the oil companies, the gasoline vehicle manufacturers, it's their problem. We have no problem. We have the solution. That's the solution, right? So there's nothing to worry about. We have the confidence, and we have reason to be optimistic, because the systems are in existence, are in operating. And I'm going to build such a system in my house. I do have a house. I have a roof of 260 square meters, more than necessary for my own consumption. I'm not going to sell to the power grid. I'm going to, to give free to my neighbors to charge their electric vehicles. So simple, right? No challenge at all. So, let me see. We can be one independent house, a independent unit, and also you can be a community. Take one example, a village. You have 100 or 50 households, and all the individual households, they install solar PV on top of their roof, and all the electricity goes to a big power battery. The capacity can be something like 2,000 kilowatt hours. And then all the electricity from the power battery goes to the individual households for their consumption, and all the electrical vehicles can come and charge. So this can be a collective or a cooperative. And of course, industrial park, they can be, combined, for self-consumption. Now we see what cannot be replaced by zero carbon electricity. Household, you can see everything, water heating, right? Space heating, air conditioning, kitchen, electrical appliances, everything, right? And then, when we have all this, we are independent, we have energy security, we have well-being, and we have zero carbon. So this is the solution, prosumerage system as a solution to a carbon neutral world. I think that LONGi makes it possible because the cost of solar PV production has been reduced so substantially, and it is my belief that the cost will continue to drop, and then it will be more competitive. So the power grid, so why I'm not concerned about the investment in coal-powered electricity facilities. No worry. All this will drive coal out of the market, will drive oil out of the market. A zero carbon world will be a reality. I thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Pan. And now let's warmly welcome Mr. Ander Twinner, Chairman of Energy Transition Committee, to share the cutting-edge funding on climate change and energy transition.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pan, President Lee, it's a great pleasure to be here with LONGi Solar. I am the chair of the Energy Transitions Commission, which is a global coalition of about 50 companies and various academic institutes, and we are very proud among our membership to include LONGi Solar. And indeed, in February this year, I visited LONGi Solar in Xi'an, and visited their incredibly impressive solar cell manufacturing plant. But I also, like the earlier speaker, had the great joy of jumping up and down on the top of a solar roof. And it is very impressive, and however hard you try to jump up and down, you can't break the panels. They are very good and very effective. At the ETC, the Energy Transitions Commission, we work together with all of our members to identify the global and the regional and the national path to a net zero global economy by mid-century. And we are very clear that the single most important combination of things that one must do to get to a zero carbon economy is to electrify, 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 and to decarbonize the electricity system. Today, the direct use of electricity accounts for about 20% of final energy demand. We believe that by mid-century, that will be 65% of final energy demand, because we will have electrified road transport, we will have electrified domestic heating, and electricity-intensive applications such as cooling and IT will also have grown. The future is electric, and the future has to be decarbonized. Overall across the world currently produces and consumes about 27,000 terawatt hours of electricity. We believe that by 2050, that should be about 70,000 terawatt hours, that electricity demand in rich developed countries and in China will roughly double, but electricity demand in India and Southeast Asia will increase maybe 4 or 5 times, and in Africa will increase 10 or 15 times. The absolute core of making that electricity zero carbon is renewables, both solar and wind. And the dominant technology in most of the world, I think, will be solar power. It is absolutely extraordinary when you look back 50 years at what has happened to the price of solar photovoltaics. In 1975, the earliest solar PV panels cost $100 per watt of power. At the beginning of this year, in January 2023, that cost was about 18 or 19 cents, US dollar cents per kilowatt hour. But at the end of the year, it is about 12.5 or 13 cents per watt. Indeed, I gave a speech recently where I said it is amazing that the price in China is now down at about 12 or 13 cents a watt. And somebody came up from the audience afterwards and said, well, I've just been able to buy some panels from China at 10 cents per watt. Maybe you're worried that your salesmen are giving it away too cheaply, Mr. Lee, but the price fall has been dramatic. Once we get to 10 cents per watt, that means that the price fall over 50 years has been 99.9%. The cost has come down to 1,000th of the price it was 50 years ago. And that is clearly going to continue. And I think that we have not yet even begun to understand how transformational very cheap solar PV will be in the world's energy system. Now, LONGi Solar, of course, has played a hugely important role in that transformation. You have been a company which has continually reduced the cost and increased the yield. And I noted just, I think it was 3 weeks ago, that you announced that you had achieved a record in perovskite silicon tandem cells at 33.9%. And when we look at this technology, we believe that this will be the next big future technology, and that within 15 years, but maybe you will do it even earlier, we will have perovskite system, perovskite silicon tandems, which at the module level will be in the high 30s, maybe 38, 39% efficiency levels. And that will drive down even further the cost per watt of power. And that also means that the forecast that we have of installations are still, I think, too conservative. Every year for the last 15 years, the International Energy Agency has forecast what it thinks will happen to solar photovoltaic installations in the world, and every year the actual result has been far above the forecast result. I was earlier at a session with Energy Foundation China, and they were presenting forecasts that by 2050 in China there might be 3,000 or 4,000 gigawatts of solar installed. But I think that is too low. By 2030, solar PV capacity manufacturing in China will, I think, be close to a terawatt, 1,000 gigawatts. Certainly we should assume that 300 of those gigawatts will be sold and installed in China. Multiply that by 20 years, and we should more be looking at installed capacity in China in 2050 of maybe 6,000 gigawatts, rather than simply 3,000 or 4,000 gigawatts. And that will be true across the world as well. Now, of course, electricity directly used in passenger cars and in the buildings that Mr. Pan has just explained will be a huge amount of final energy demand. But it can't be the only demand, because we also have to work out how to decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors of the economy, like steel, or petrochemicals, or aviation, or shipping. And until about 5 or 6 years ago, most people thought that those would be very difficult sectors to decarbonize, and maybe we would only cut emissions by 50 or 70% by 2050. And people talked about new technologies which might be deployed in maybe 20 years' time, like hydrogen direct reduction. But just last year, I was with SSAB, the Swedish steel company in northern Sweden, and I came away with this, which is 100 grams of zero carbon steel made from hydrogen direct reduction in Sweden. But then 2 months ago, I was with HBIS, the Chinese steel company in Hebei province, and I came away with this, which is a pellet of sponge iron made from hydrogen direct reduction here in China. The revolution of the change towards hydrogen instead of coking coal as the future of steel, I think is going to go faster than we anticipate. And of course that means that hydrogen alongside electricity is going to be hugely important. We will use hydrogen to make steel, hydrogen to make ammonia and methanol to power ships, hydrogen in synthetic aviation fuel, and hydrogen as a storage system alongside batteries in the power network. And I therefore hugely applaud LONGi in focusing not just on solar PV panels, but also in hydrogen. I think there are 4 absolutely essential technologies of the energy transformation revolution that we are going through. They are solar PV, they are wind, they are batteries for electric vehicles and storage, and they are hydrogen produced in a green fashion from electrolyzers. Those are the 4 technologies which will, above all, transform the world and enable us to deal with climate change. So I greatly welcome the fact that we have this visionary, determined and brilliant company called LONGi, which is strongly devoted to 2 of those 4 absolutely fundamental technologies. Thank you very much indeed.
And thank you so much for Mr. Turner. Now it's the fantastic time, and we can see some TV, and we will launch the 2023 LONGi Climate Action White Paper, and showing us the milestone achievement in our climate action efforts. Now, please see the video. Okay, and this is a fantastic time. Now, let's welcome distinguished guests together and in the stage and have a picture for our white paper. And welcome. 照个相，yeah. We take a photo together. And with our white. And thank you, please sit here. Okay. And okay now. And please sit it, and I will explain our white paper. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Yeah. Now please sit, and we will discuss later. Yeah. Yeah. And to give everyone more information about the LONGi's climate action white paper, I will spend around 10 minutes to elaboration the highlight of our climate action white paper. And this will give everyone a comprehensive understanding of LONGi's efforts and achievement in our climate action. And now we can see with this photo as our paper, and because we want everyone knows the urgent about our situation. LONGi is committed to becoming the most compelling solar technology company by leading the world's transition to green energy. And this white paper highlights what we are doing to tackle climate change, and it's like our roadmap for a greener future. So let's jump in and explore how LONGi is make different for a green world. And our planet is sending us distress signals in the form of extreme weather events. As we know, rising sea levels and disruption to ecosystem. We read about the distributed trend of climate change with 86 days of temperature exceeding 1.5 Celsius about pre-industrial level this year. And so we know now we must protect our shared home. And for LONGi, this is our third time to release our white paper, LONGi first put forward the solar for solar concept at COP24, and LONGi has always published the two climate action white paper in the past 2 years. We released our second climate action white paper at COP27, so this is kind of our tradition now, and we will keep on it. And there's a melting ice on the paper, and we want to release the trend of the accelerated temperature increase. So the solar for solar logo, we have just changed from our sustainability report, and we want to keep it as our icon for our climate action white paper in the following years. Our 2023 climate action white paper has 4 main parts, and the first part is our disclosure based on the TCFD framework. The second part is accelerating operation emission we have reduced, and the third part is enhancing a low carbon value chain focusing on our scope 3 emission. The last part is advancing toward a zero carbon future, presenting our innovation product and solution. So this is the 4 key achievement we want to highlight in the white paper. I would walk through this and explain the exactly numbers. The first number is 38.8 reduction. That means since 2020, LONGi has consistently reduced our emission. Compared to 2021, our emission is reduced 38.8%. And also we know we have reached and also a great production quality. Yeah. So this is a very fantastic number. And also we can see the number 47.1.8. That means we use renewable energy. So the rate is 47.18. And that means we avoid emission around 2,400,000 tons successfully for the carbon dioxide. And so we can also see for the emission reduction from our PV welfares, that means when we turn to our product, LONGi's PV welfare also helped the emission reduction for our clients. And the total amount for the green electric supplied by our welfares is more than we avoid emission of more than 530 million tons, equally planting around 2 billion trees. And this is also a very great number. And apart from our action, LONGi also has clean and determined goals. In August 2023, LONGi has become the first Chinese company in solar PV industry have our near-term target approved by the SBTi, just like mentioned by the Mr. Li. And so I think this is a very important target we can achieve. And we adopt the TCFD, and in 2023, for the first time, did a comprehensive and systematic assessment and disclosure the climate-related risk and opportunity. And also, LONGi ranked the first place in the PV industry for the 3rd year in a row in CATI list published by IPE. And for our SBTi, we can also see some numbers. LONGi committed to reducing absolutely Scope 1 and Scope 2 GHG emission 60% and by 2030 from 2020 year's base. And for Scope 3, LONGi committed to reduce Scope 3 emission from purchasing goods and service by 52% per ton of purchased materials by 2030 compared to 2020 years based. And for LONGi, we also committed to increase action annual sources of renewable energy electric to 100% by 2028 through 2030. In 2021, the source of renewable electricity consumed is around 42%, and the number has increased to 47 in last year. And the intensity of Scope 3 emission decreased significantly in 2022, with emissions per unit of revenue 18% lower than 2021. Another highlight we want to disclose is TCFD. And the TCFD framework provides a full-scale disclosure and requiring companies to access climate-related financial and non-financial information to better manage and addressing the impact on their business. TCFD helps us better understanding and manage climate-related risks and opportunities. LONGi fully recognizes the potential risk and opportunity associated with climate change and aims to effectively reduce risk and seize on opportunities. By using the TCFD framework, LONGi can identify key risks related to climate change, taking action, and communicate clear climate-related information to investors, consumers, and other stakeholders to enhance mutual trust. For the key climate risk analysis and action, we can identify the physical risk, transition risk, and also opportunities. For some physical risk, especially for the water, and here is one example of the risk identification. Water scarcity is a chronic physical risk and mainly affects LONGi's manufacturing operation. We conduct water stress analysis to identify that the regions affected by water shortage mainly include Ningxia, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang province. To respond to risk, LONGi kept taking action to save water. In 2022, LONGi invested around $700,000 to improve the use rate of reclaimed water. We have launched action to reduce the water consumption in the co-production process and consume the water conservation project featuring the characteristic of each production unit. For our zero carbon plant, and we have announced we will make the first zero carbon plant in this year at the COP15 in 2021, and we should announce we have achieved this target. In this year, and in the Baoshan factory, we use around 99.09% green electric, and we also make others at the CCER. So we can announce our Baoshan planet is the really zero carbon factory this year. And also for our value chains decarbonization, we have do a lot recently. And last year, we have more than 120 suppliers completed the training session for our supply chain. And there also a small story. And this year, I visit one of our suppliers in Jiaxing province, and the college and in Jiaxing for the glass, for the module, and he proudly told me, and there are 2 electric heavy-duty truck that supply our for LONGi. So they had made some changes because they know LONGi, we really care about our scope 3, and that's their scope 1, and they have made some really actions. And for the green and low carbon PV product, we can see the green concept not only exists in the end product, but also in the product design. LONGi always take low carbon and eco-friendly aspect into consideration in product design and aim to reduce the carbon footprint of the product and extend the service life of the modules, increase the recycle component in the modules, and so on. And so for our green power and green hygiene, and just like Mr. Twinner just said, green hygiene is very important. Beyond our green product, LONGi provide green solution. That means green power plus green hygiene for our client. LONGi launched the green power plus green hygiene solution in 2021 and continues to build on its technological edge and increase investment in research and development through the years, with the goal to becoming the global leading solution provider for green hygiene technology and equipment. For LONGi, now it's not the end, but it's the beginning. LONGi's 2023 Climate Action White Paper is not only a document, it's a commitment to a sustainable future as we identify the challenge posed by climate change. LONGi is determined to drive positive environmental impact through innovation, responsibility, and collaboration. Together, let us work hard in hand to forge a path toward a green world. Thank you for joining us as we strive for a harmonious coexistence with our planet. Okay, thank you everyone. And this is our comprehensive about our white paper, and also welcome everyone read it and give us some more suggestions. Okay. Now it's another panel, and we want to invite important guests to discuss freely about several topics. Let's welcome Mr. Twinner, Chairman of Energy Transition Commission. And also, we want to invite, we will make some chairs, And also, we want to invite Mr. Jiang Dongyu, our Vice President for the DJ business group of LONGi. And we also invite Zhou Ji, and CEO and President Energy Foundation China. Okay, and welcome everyone. Today we want. He's here. Oh, no, sorry, we don't recognize you. And also, we welcome Nimet Kaur, and the head of Under 2 Climate Group. Okay, everyone is here now. And today, in fact, we have several topics. And the first topic I want to invite Mr. Jiang Dongyu and Mr. Twinner to answer. The first about how do development and innovation of the solar industry promote global green transition? And I think these are simple questions, and I want to share with Mr. Please wait a moment. We have this mic, please you and Mr. Jiang,
Okay. First of all, as you all see in the last decades, photovoltaic industry dramatically reduced the cost, more than 90%. And also, besides that, conversion efficiency increased dramatically. So, thanks to all the efforts from different manufacturer, due to the technology development, and for example, recently LONGi launched the BC technology, which reached the 25% plus 25.5% of cell conversion efficiency. But also, photovoltaic right now is to go to the different application scenario. Just like just now, Mr. Wang Shi jumping around, which I give the official terminology, which is called BIPV, Building Integrated Photovoltaic, which naturally integrate our photovoltaic with our building, with a much better, safety and higher conversion efficiency, and also good looking, good appearance, stay in our CNI and residential area. So combining these two, which the better usage and the high efficiency, which also dramatically increase the installation of a PV in China, but also the whole world. So in my view, that will continuously drive the green power generation, and also plus green hydrogen, which will support storage-wise, which may, us to reach the 2013 goal, very feasible, and maybe even sooner. That's my view.
Okay, thank you. And now, Mr. Twinner. Yeah.
Well, I made some comments on it in my keynote speech, and I actually also said them earlier at a roundtable with Joji, though you had left before I spoke. No, never mind. Look, I think that solar PV will be even more important than we have yet realized. This is a technology, and I mentioned it earlier, which since 1975 has achieved a cost reduction per watt of 99.9%. Right? The cost of a watt of solar PV is now 1,000th of what it was in 1970. And I think it is going to still go on going down. I think, as I said, I think we should look forward for a world where eventually these clever people at LONGi Solar will be able to sell us solar panels at maybe 5 cents per watt as the eventual costing. And one of the key drivers of that will be relentlessly improving in efficiency. You have been key drivers of the improvements of silicon efficiency, but we know we will soon get close to the theoretical limits of silicon efficiency. But silicon perovskite tandems, where again you are leading, give us the opportunity to very significantly increase the yields. And of course, with a solar panel, the cheaper the panel becomes, the more that other costs dominate within the solar application, the cost of land, the cost of the inverters, etc. But the great thing is when you increase the yield on a solar panel, you reduce the watt, the cost per watt of all those other items of cost as well. So once we get to having a perovskite silicon tandem cells or modules at maybe 38, 39% efficiency in the long term, I think we are going to end up in a world where you will see some people delivering solar photovoltaic electricity at maybe as low as 0.5 cent per kilowatt hour. I think that's where we could end up. And this will be transformational. And it will be transformational particularly in the sunny parts of the world where you don't need heating and you don't have a big seasonal balance problem in the electricity system. Your fundamental problem is producing electricity by day, but still being able to run your lighting and your heating, your lighting and your air conditioning into the evening. And I increasingly believe that solar PV plus batteries And as somebody mentioned, at the moment those are lithium LFP batteries, but we have an extra cheaper technology beyond that, which is sodium-based batteries, will be the killer app of the energy transition in many parts of the world. But it also means that as we get the technology cheaper, this issue about building integrated PV and applications becomes hugely important. As I mentioned, I also have enjoyed the process of jumping up and down on LONGi's very good rooftop solar panels. And it's great. You're a little bit tentative at first, but then you start bouncing and you feel it's okay. But I think other things, if I could say, will be hugely important. Seeing whether one can reduce the weight. So a 2 meter by 1 meter solar panel weighs about 25 kilograms. You know, that's a bit, you know, too big for most people except really big men to manipulate alone. I certainly wouldn't want to carry a 25 kilogram one. Most of the weight is not in the cells, it's not in the bus bars, it's not in the silver, it's in the glass. So can we create lighter, thinner glass? Can we create a thin film rollout PV? All of these forms of innovation, I think as well, are going to play a crucial role in unleashing what I think will be a really transformative technology absolutely all the way across the world.
Okay, and thank you, Tina. Yeah, and as we know now, we are on the live broadcast now, and I just checked my mobile phone, and there are around 100,000 audience now online. So I think it's also very great chance to promote our solar industry because we just host this event by the LONGi. And so now the second question, and in the context of global energy transition, what is the opportunity and the challenge for our solar industry, one combating climate change? And I want to invite other three guests to answer these questions. And Mr. Zhou, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm the first one for this question, but congratulations, LONGi. And in fact, I had a very brief communication during summer Davos with the colleagues from LONGi. But after several months, we finally made the appointment achieved here, outside China, but that's great. But here, I would concentrate on the importance to deploy distributed resource, renewable here. And on one hand, we have seen larger incremental capacity from distributed renewable. So I think that this is something not natural, but it reflects the trend in the near future at least. So, but I saw the implication behind the scene. Number one, this will go to much more comparative market, and this is the opportunity to reshape the power market. Compared to the centralized grid, and I also see centralized grid is becoming a central bottleneck for further enlargement of renewable, especially solar. No matter centralized or decentralized, and then this reminds us maybe we need to create a new pathway, for grid, but certainly we need to connect different microgrid, but maybe we should work more on distribution grid together with thousand and thousand microgrid. And in that way, we can try to enlarge the penetration of renewable in that way. And in the meanwhile, to create a new power market there. With more competitiveness, with all the stakeholders, all the players, including, state grid, southern grid, and the private sectors. They have the same or similar market status. So that would be very important, to enlarge the renewable. Number two, I would say, when we say, oh, supply chain, or etc., I would like to remind colleagues here, let's consider the whole chain, I mean, including supply chain and the demand chain, put them together. So just to raise a question to my colleagues from LONGi. So if you have some bottleneck from demand side, this will not good for you to further to enlarge your penetration, your deployment. And I would say today, maybe this is the number one most urgent issue, given the relatively overcapacity from supply side. And it's my view, I mean, we need to break the bottleneck from the demand side immediately to ensure adequate currency flow back to the supply side. In that way, you will have, I would say, sustainability for further technology R&D, for further capital investment. Otherwise, it will be very big challenge for the industry. And if you get some, you make some investment based on long or debt or capital market, but you cannot get the return timely, this will become a very big problem. So we need to figure out that. Just take, I mean, for demand side, just take distributed the resources as an example, I mean, for rural area, for example. And if we can combine energy storage, heat pump, electrification of housing, charger together with the rural EV, I mean, to use up the power generated by roof solar, and then you needn't to bother the centralized grid too much, and then you get return. But certainly the return depends on the income level of the household or industrial park, as well as local government support in terms of subsidize, guarantee, debt, etc., and together with the mainstream policy for economic recovery. And this is also consistent with boosting rural economy. And I think we saw some additional and new driving force to support the enlargement of demand side. And then in that way, we work from two sides, I mean, supply side and demand side. But in the meanwhile, it's also very important to enlarge international market. But we need to have, dialogue and even negotiation with European colleagues, US colleagues, Southeastern Asian colleagues to develop new deal for the enlargement of renewable, under the momentum of tripling global renewable. So I should stop here, but certainly it's also very important for international networking. By the way, EFC, Energy Foundation China, we are developing our working relation with Renewable 2030, and for networking, so we are playing a bridging role, between international and domestic. So we would like to engage deeply LONGi colleagues and other enterprises, to work together.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you. And invite Miss Kaur, and please briefly introduce your NGO, because maybe
Sure.
we are not very familiar with it.
I
Okay?
can. And like our colleague has said, I completely agree. Collaboration, radical collaboration and partnership is something that we would also highly endorse. So, sort of first, just before I introduce myself, if I could just
briefly,
thank LONGi and its partners for inviting me at Climate Group to be part of this event on the role of global cooperation, and I would just like to touch on some high-level points on that. At Climate Group, we believe in the power of networks, which is why we run ambitious action-oriented networks of companies and governments committed to bold climate leadership. And we are so happy that LONGi has been one of our leading Chinese partners and are committed to using 100% renewable energy. Congratulations on your logo, Solar for Solar. You also want to use only electric vehicles for your corporate fleets and for your supply. And you also want to double energy productivity by 2030. So for that, we would like to congratulate you and thank you for your leadership. So just, sort of in that sense, we know that LONGi is a leader in the solar industry's contribution to innovation. We've heard from other speakers, Lord Turner, about how you are innovating at LONGi. But I want to talk about some of the high-level opportunities that we see for greater collaboration and leadership. Now, we know that just a couple of decades ago, solar was one of the most expensive energy sources in the world. Now it's been called one of the cheapest electricity in history. But it's still only less than 5% of global energy. The third biggest renewable contribution behind hydro and wind. So there's some catching up to do. So we know there's room for improvement. This week, we saw a lot of local delegates from Japan demonstrating examples of solar panels that are fully flexible and can be attached to walls. LONGi also is a leader in technology and has a lot to share. So we think innovation is happening at really great speed across the solar sector. As the world's largest producer of solar energy, of course, China makes an enormous contribution as well as a country. And there can't be a green transition without a huge increase in renewable energy, coupled with a reduction in fossil fuel use. And we've been hearing a lot of that across COP this week. We know also that there are several who are trying to derail renewable energy growth and maintain our global addiction to oil and gas. And we need to fight those campaigns of disinformation and continue to invest in a cleaner, greener future. And LONGi is one of the companies that's leading from the front in doing so. We also need to remove policy barriers to implementing renewable energy at scale. And Climate Group has recently released a report looking at those barriers that exist in the G20 countries. In South Korea, for example, 129 of the country's 226 local governments have ordinances requiring solar facilities to be located at a minimum distance of anywhere between 100 to 1,000 meters from residential areas and roads, marking vast areas of the country as off limits for installing solar capacity. There are still certainly policy challenges to overcome, but we've come a long way in a short time. We can go further still, and sort of I'll be really looking forward to hearing from the other panelists on what those opportunities are. Thank you for this time.
Okay, thank you, and thank you also for your suggestion. And now let's also welcome Sorham and also our LONGi's old friend. Yeah. Welcome, and we also want to know something about your ideas about the PV industry. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, and it's a great pleasure to be with LONGi, which is a fantastic company, and I will come back to that. But let me start with the climate talks, because I have been to nearly all climate talks for the last 15 years. 10 years ago or 13 years ago, we were in Copenhagen, and it was the low point, the really disaster of all climate talks. And we had any number of quarrels there. What no one whatsoever contemplated was that the price of solar energy would fall by 90% in the decade after. And of course, that's much more transformative to the world than any wording of any document. It's not diplomacy, while it's needed, it's not diplomacy which is driving the world. It's the political economy. And the fact that solar energy is now 10% of the price as it was, and by the way, wind energy has fallen not as much, but also quite substantially, that's really, really changing the world. And China is now in the lead in that change. My American friends, and I have many friends in America, for 100 years they have used the term the indispensable nation, meaning that the one indispensable nation is the United States of America. Well, when it comes to the green transformation of the world, there is one indispensable nation, and that is China. But China is not totally dominant in everything. I attended the meeting of the Chinese solar industry in Chengdu 2 or 3 weeks ago. They were all there. LONGi was there, but the other your competitors were all there. And China is now 80% plus of the solar industry in the world. There are different ways of measuring, but no way of measuring brings China below 80%. So look, one country is 80%. The rest of the world, nearly 200 countries, is 20%. This shows the enormous importance of China. And of course, LONGi, I've also been to your headquarters in Xi'an, historical city, the old capital of China, and it's wonderful. As my friend Adair Turner said, you have set the world record in energy intensity, in the ability of the solar cells to embrace the sun and transform it into energy. No one has done it better. That's fantastic, a huge service to humanity. So take pride in what you are doing, because you are really, really making the world a better place. Then allow me 2 challenges to you for the future. One is you need to invest more abroad, because the current situation where basically the entire world is purchasing solar panels from China, that will not continue. I have met a number of times Prime Minister Modi of India. I know him very well. He has one desire, to create jobs in India, or in Bharat, as he may say. Why? There's 1 million young people joining the labor market in India every single month. All of them want a job. There's, by the way, 1 million young people joining the labor market in Africa also every single month. All want a decent, hopefully well-paid jobs, and you can help provide that. In the long run, you will not be able just to export from China, but please set up production in India, in Africa, in Europe, everywhere. Look, if you are the Prime Minister of Spain, you are more concerned with the voters of Spain than of the people of Shanxi. If you are the Chancellor of Germany, you are more concerned with Germany than with Guangdong or Gansu. This is normal, because every leader is concerned with his or her people. But you should help them create jobs, transfer technology, help make the global solar business more efficient, and at the end, this will of course also create more business and more jobs back in China. The other challenge I have to, which is also touched upon by some of the others, are how to integrate solar more with people's life. Because I think in the long run, maybe the biggest challenge for solar is space. Look to China as an example. I mean, you have any amount of space in Inner Mongolia or in Xinjiang, but there's not a lot of space in Jiangsu or in the Greater Bay Area, which is so heavily populated, and where there's either cities or agriculture basically everywhere. So we need to integrate solar with human life. And the most important, to integrate it with agriculture. Because look, I took China as an example, but in India and the Ganga Valley, there is not any available space. Java and Indonesia, again, not any available space. There is space somewhere else, but not where people are living. But if, of course, you can have the solar panels in the fields of the farmers. I saw that in Inner Mongolia. They were putting a number of chicken farms below the solar panels. They were cultivating vegetables and tomatoes under the solar panels. Then you gave an added income to the farmer. He benefits from his agriculture, but he also benefits from renting the land to the solar companies to do the energy business. And I think that's the way forward, because then we can also have a lot more solar panels in the most heavily populated parts of the globe, not just in the more remote parts, like, say, in the Mongolia or Xinjiang. And of course, I saw some of your panels and was really amazed, because you have basically panel in every color. If I want to convince my wife to put solar panels in our house, I can tell her you can get it in yellow or red or whatever color. Yeah, you may reduce a little bit the energy, but not that much. And people are concerned with the aesthetics, with the beauty, with the architecture. And I think going into Europe, but basically everywhere else, people would like to see the solar panels fitting into the architecture and you are contributing a lot to that, but please take that forward. So again, LONGi, a fantastic company, and I wish you all success, and whenever we can help in any way, please tell us.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to Mr. Ham, and also thank you your praise for LONGi. And now, I know everyone is very busy, and we also have a LONGi night tonight. So I want give everyone the last question. And we also know, and there's a saying, and good speech is never better than earlier. So the last question topic I want to talk about the cooperation and collaboration. We know, and today we have some NGOs, some enterprise, also some foundation, and we want to know and what kind of global operation we are expecting in the future to further more order to advance to change the climate change. Yeah. Okay. And I want to invite Mr. Turner, the first one. Yeah.
Eric suggested some specific ideas about how solar should develop more with agriculture, with design. In terms of the role that Chinese solar can play in the world, I would also urge that you have a strong focus on lower income countries such as Sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, Sub-Saharan Africa is drenched in sunshine. It really does have an opportunity to just go straight over the top of the fossil fuel phase and create prosperity on the basis of solar and wind and hydro and geothermal right from the start. And I think that if you in LONGi can really be putting together both some things which might be out of your foundation and out of charitable works, but just also out of your business, of providing really cheap, effective combinations of solar plus battery that can come just straight out of a container and go to somebody and be bought and work immediately, you could play a transformational role in the development of that, at the moment, lower income area, which really hardly consumes modern energy at all. And we don't want that modern energy in future to be fossil fuels. It doesn't need to be fossil fuels. It could be primarily renewables and in particular solar. And I think with some innovation and thinking about the packaged products and just making the supply chains dead easy, probably also, to Eric's point, putting some module manufacturing plants in Africa. You know, go to Kenya, go to Rwanda, go to Ethiopia and say, we want to put a module manufacturing plant there and we want to provide the low-cost, easy-to-use answers which the local population wants. I think you could make a really transformative difference to the world.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Yeah.
So let me go first. Okay, thank you. In fact, for international networking or cooperation, I would say, knowledge sharing, better practice sharing is necessary, no problem. Together with capacity building, but targeting at trade and investment. And otherwise, you just, fly in the sky. But based on the practice for investment and trade, you have real on the ground issue to address, and these make the efforts more attractive and more relevant. To draw attention from local government, from local stakeholders. So this is my first point. My second one is now, to be honest, we have seen some trade conflict, some concern on global supply chain, etc., etc. We should not escape from those issues. Rather, we should face them and try to come up with some solution and some deal. But no need to say, just like Eric mentioned, we should, China as the most, largest capacity of solar industry. We should consider, to develop our overseas market by investment, not only by trade, but this will lead to a need for creating a deal with our overseas partners. for example, with European partners to see, oh, can we make a deal? I mean, for example, to invite for Chinese enterprise, including LONGi, I mean, to invite in Europe, and then in that way to allow European partners to share, to enjoy the benefit from the job opportunity locally, and also fiscal revenue locally. But in the meanwhile, LONGi and other prices and investors, they can enjoy a profit there. So this can be a deal. Just like 20 years ago when China joined the WTO. This is a sort of arrangement. I think it works. We have experience and practice and lesson learned in the history. Why we don't consider a new arrangement of benefit or interest for that issue? And in that way, we can expect to accelerate the deployment of renewable and to achieve tripling and even more ambitious. So that might be a core issue for networking. We do not develop networking only for networking, rather for the real on the ground achievement and the enlargement of renewable. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I completely agree with what our colleagues have said already. And I also join them in giving LONGi the advice to invest overseas. There's a lot of job creation potential. And Africa, we know from the Africa Climate Summit that they want to be the next, sort of industrial hub of the world. And we think we should build that industrial hub on the power of solar. But in addition to that, we think that there is a lot of power in collective voice. LONGi has already joined RE100, which is a leading program of companies committed to using solar power. Together with those companies, we think there is a lot of room for advocacy. And that advocacy needs to be targeted towards lowering policy barriers, towards increasing deployment of solar energy. So for us, sort of that would be the role that the solar industry can play to cooperate with each other and speak collectively towards taking the world to a just energy transition. Thank you.
Okay. You first one? Okay. First of all, thanks for advice for all the experts. Actually, LONGi actively looking at footprint all over the world. For your information, we had a joint venture in U.S. In Ohio State. We will launch our first module in April this year with our customer, joint venture. Okay. We also actively looking at the manufacturing in European countries. So I think in my view, that's something we should do, and also we are doing that. In addition to that, I just want to say in terms of global cooperation, I think especially for distributed generation power, which is very important, since for distributed environment, which comparing with the large utility power station, require a more sophisticated business model. For example, we launched the pilot in Shanxi, which combined rooftop photovoltaic with domestic heating device in winter time, because in Shanxi the heating device in winter cause lots of dioxygen because they're using coral and wooden. So by using this clean photovoltaic plus clean the heating power, we generate one ecosystem to using photovoltaic plus heating pump with using the photovoltaic plus EV, and also we also donate a few charging system in the rural area, which is dramatically increase. And also in addition on that, our farmer can get more pay during the other time, so which can make use of the self-consumption plus sell that to the national grid. So which is example the case of the we also can use in the other countries by looking at the policy in each country. We joined with our funding bank and even NGO to build some of a business model to combine photovoltaic with the other relevant consumption area to ensure, as Mr. Zhou just mentioned very right, if you don't have a demand and you have an overcapacity, and there will be issue for this industry. So as the leading manufacturer, LONGi should not only look at the manufacturing side, but also should look broadly what can generate more demand, right? How you can actively to engage with the other relevant party to generate an ecosystem to increase the consumption of electricity power on the demand side, which will be feedback your supply side to increase your your capacity utilization. So I think this is kind of chicken and egg, but you have to go forward, go ahead, to make use of this, to make this industry really upgrade one more time compared with 10 years ago, not only in the demands and not only in the supply side, but also in the demand side.
Okay, now let's welcome Solheim as our ending speech here.
Thank you so much. I mean, there are very interesting comments here, so let me just mention two. I mean, of course, if LONGi can invest and produce in the poorest nations in the world, like in Africa, that would be an enormous service. However, of course, we know there are some challenges. One challenge is that in many countries they don't have a proper grid, so you cannot do massive solar because there is no one to receive it. However, Belt and Road provides also a vehicle for helping in this, because a company like LONGi investing in solar panels or solar manufacturing can be helped if, say, China or others were investing in the grid at the same time, so you get more of a package solution. From what I saw, that was exactly what President Xi and President Jokowi of Indonesia just did. They made an overall agreement which was large, $55 billion, which I'm not mistaken, which was to improve the grid in Indonesia by Chinese expertise and investment, but also to invest in solar in Indonesia. True, nations like India with 7% economic growth or Indonesia with 6% economic growth, the issue of the market is much less. There is an enormous market. I mean, the requirement of energy in the future will be skyrocketing. But even in the poorer nations of the world, if you can find packages or system which can solve some of the obstacles, will help. One advantage in certain parts of Africa is that they were the pioneers when it comes to digital banking. I mean, now China is far ahead of everyone. I mean, even the beggars in China now have a QR code. I mean, you can pay nothing in China without QR code. But the M-Pesa system of digital banking, I think Kenya was maybe the first, at least very much a front runner. So linking the digital technology of these companies who can then make the payment happening with the solar technology of LONGi may be a way of making a sustainable business in parts of Africa. Lastly, geopolitics, the bad news area. Of course, if LONGi is investing in Europe or in Ohio and in other parts of the world, that issue will be reduced for sure, because Americans want jobs in America and Europeans want jobs in Europe. So please continue with that, and it will be reduced. But when a company and a nation is so successful as China, there will be jealousies. There will be companies who are out of business, and rather than accepting that they didn't make a good enough product, they will blame this on China in some way. So there will be issues which have to be resolved. We should strongly advocate, I mean, you mentioned the World Trade Organization as the avenue for resolving these disputes. They must be resolved through dialogue between governments and between businesses, And if there is no other way, there should be brought to the World Trade Organization for dispute management. Then we have a global accepted system which everyone can accept. But overall, I don't see the problems for this industry. I just see the sun, a big sun. This is a sunrise industry. It will go just from victory to victory in the years to come. And LONGi for sure will be one of the biggest players in this. So congratulations and keep up your good work.
Okay, thank you everyone. And we know this is a really hard job for everyone. Tomorrow is a break day, and we hope everyone can enjoy, and we will continue and the day after tomorrow. And we will continue have a lot of events, and also welcome everyone to join our Solar Plus and discuss about climate change. Okay, let's take a picture.